Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Hi, pretty kitty. Yeah? Get yourself some lap. You cute little kitty.
Approaching Stargate.
Good kitty. Yeah, you did real good today. Nope.
Autopilot jumping.
Nope.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive
Good kitty.
active.
Good kitty. She killed a rat. She dragged it down to my front door. She's super proud of herself. She's like, I killed the rat today. Yeah, you did. You got a good big old rat. It was the size of her head. Yeah, she got a big old rat. Good kitty. She was out hunting all afternoon. I was sleeping.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, it's a good kitty. You had a good afternoon. You got a real good kill. Proud of you, kitty. I'm proud of you. Mm-hmm. Ah.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Got XP there. All I do is sell 25 more items. I might do that and just buy through that, because... Yeah, the first rank in grenade might be good, because I kind of use it.
I'm not blaming
Trade
you.
authorities always buy. Kiosk, right?
Dr. Salvato, how long have you been here?
About a year now, Doctor.
What?
And in that year, how many times have we had this conversation about late or missing shipments?
Yeah? Oh, now hold. Yeah, the marshal's been sending out. Yep, I'm pretty. Van Armistead. Well, I guess so. You know, every rank. No better place. I know. Just between you and me, I ain't entirely sure why someone felt the need for the station ranger out here. I'm not much more than a glorified bodyguard for Dr. Darvish. She's the one in charge around here. And she's also on the Council of Governors. Most of the staff... don't seem fond of the idea of me being here. And I ain't fond of them right back.
Hi guys, I love you.
Bunch of stuffy eggheads, if you ask me.
Is there any magazines on
Not
the...
only one I can have a conversation with. Hey there, Ari. Working hard or hardly working?
Hey, Chief. A little more the former than the latter. What brings you by?
Well, the deputy here could use some help. Came looking for someone who might be a patient.
I'll see what I can do.
Well, I'll leave you in Mr. Miller's capable hands. You need anything else, I'll be in my office.
Private sector. Now that's where the real money's at.
It's a grav drive.
There, I was like, is there a magazine? Yeah, healing items are permanently 5% more effective. That's really
Running
good.
this facility is a challenge, even when there isn't an outbreak of some sort.
Oh, you look like I work here, right? A couple of patients didn't seem to think so. Awkward situation.
I feel...
Let's go. So,
It's like I've been waiting forever.
Dr. Cartwright in Aquila City said I was crazy when I told her.
I'll try to help you, but our computer systems have been having some issues. Huh. That's still. So who's this? Former soldier, huh? Yeah, they say. Do you know what was wrong? That should help narrow things. I can access.
You catch my Ben nodding off. Give him a good smack for me. Man,
Okay, give me just a minute here. Maya Cruz. Maya Cruz. Come on, Maya. I need you to be in here. Okay, finally. Here we go. Oh. No matches found for a Maya Cruz.
You didn't hear this from me. But those ecliptic mercenaries, the factions use them.
If Maya's here, then she's got...
Free
Which,
stuff collected,
actually...
and you see both. That's why they give them a wide...
Yeah. Let me think for a second. All right, hang on. There's Candid And then there's the knock. Sorry, I couldn't be more. I'll keep looking.
Really hope someone comes to take a look at me.
Excuse me, but you're clearly in the wrong room.
I love this med station.
Excuse me. Well, believe me, I'm a courier. My ship was by the time I reached. Well, I've shared all. I hear you. This isn't getting. I can see that. If you don't believe me, then ask Mr. Miller at the desk. He can verify who I am and how I came to be here.
I used to be an actuary. Now look at me.
This place makes me feel awful cooped up. Oh, I miss having my hands in the soil. Why, hello. I can't get any. Ranger business? Oh, I can't imagine what for. Unless you're here to track down that no-account husband of mine, that is. You'd think he could be bothered to pay me a visit once in a while, given I've been here as long as I have. But no. All I get is the occasional letter apologizing because he's so hired. You want to talk? I've got no... I keep telling you, I'd had tests. Well, ain't you smart? If that's... I thought... Yes, me. Well, go.
You know, there are more couriers coming and going from this place than patients.
You need anything, just say a word. One of the docs will get you right as rain in no time.
Hey, how'd it go? Okay, shoot. The courier? It was real touching. Yep. It's kind of sad, really. Just between us? I made some progress, Diggit. Her name's Catalina. I probably shouldn't say that. The good news is, that area is restricted. Yeah, well, I don't... Dr. Cassidy's in charge. Unfortunately, he's a real... You didn't hear this? Hope that helps you.
No, never a dull moment.
There it is. Permanent increased sneak bonus damage by an additional 1% and melee sneak attack damage by an additional 5%. Nice. I was like, is the stuff in the VIP wing like spoken for? Well, at least I lived. I'm gonna go to Crick's after this. I'm gonna sell everything I get here. I like stealing. If it feels like it benefits this hardcore mission that I'm on with high damage settings and all this. Lots of meds in here.
Warp drive active.
Need to make sure those files are backed up.
I'm probably fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
Got it.
Ooh, I got a drum beat.
Anything you need to offload?
A nice drum beat. Never mind, that is a superior weapon. I want to modify the Deadeye. It's not that good. Yeah, we could sell all the rest of that. Yeah, I smell ketchup and mustard from my lunch plate, so I'm gonna go throw it away. Ouch! I'll be right back. My arm.
Trade authorities always lie. Kiosk right here for you.
Warp drive active.
I don't know. I don't see a good ratio here. See, a freelance sucks. That it was not what I wanted at all. Honestly, that mob with the shuttle was more my thing.
Nice job. We're right on target.
Cool.
All right, let's cycle that airlock and get aboard.
Warp drive active.
Hey,
You've got something for me? Yeah, take a look at... So long.
party.
Oh no, oh no.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
was this? What killed me? Was Bay eating
Autopilot
calm?
disabled.
Yeah, but you don't say what killed the fucking... You don't say what killed the clone. Oh my god. Why did I die in Bay? What happened? Alright, well, try again. So dumb.
Autopilot engaged. Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
There is no enemy nearby. Resume systematic wandering.
I didn't save.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Hello. I am satisfied to see that you survived your most recent sleep cycle.
Approaching Stargate. Circuits overloaded. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active.
Catastrophic damage.
Ah!
encounter will likely end in your death. Exterior plating damaged. Exoskeleton
How do you dodge headshots like that? Oh, damn it. You're so annoying. Because my hand is all sore. It's fucking annoying. I can't hold it still without pain.
Well, what do you... You might not think so. I've got maybe a few. You want to put in... But if you want to... Well, how about a test? Rangers are... I've encrypted. Now get out of here.
Ah, my arm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to escape on my own. Oh, here we go, exit. Yay. And sleep for 24 hours down in this dead bunker. I love the fucking RP of this game. If you have an imagination at all, it's quite good. Well, I'm sitting quietly or doing nothing. Just jump, just jump.
Warp drive active.
hell's back here? Oh, clinic med response. Cool, I'm done.
What can I help you with?
Warp drive active. Autopilot engaged.
Docking seal. Beast.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Contractor that provides warehouse workers, drivers, technicians, etc. to other companies. I have worked for one of these types of companies before, and it was one of the worst experiences of my life. I can
Autopilot jumping. Warp drive active.
confirm I have never been more depressed or anxious in my life than I was working for that organization. And that's not even talking about the pay. That was just from the insane workload. But just for reference, these contracting companies exist because the client companies don't want to pay to train certain skill sets and job positions that they need to function. So they outsource that to a different company. These contracting companies lead to workers being notoriously underpaid because they have to provide a more affordable option than these workers being trained by the client company, while still turning a profit. Basically, how little can we pay people and still get the job done so they keep hiring us? When I was working for a company like this, I spoke up during a quarterly meeting. This was a major meeting with our on-site team that was working directly with the client and our manager who was at our company. The client asked if there was anything that we needed as a team on site. Prior to this, there were a few people that were on our team that had quit and we hadn't refilled those positions. Side note, this was a very labor-intensive job. This was a very dangerous job. I was lifting heavy things on shitty carts all day and moving dangerous materials all day. This limited staff had led to a few near misses, which are basically close calls, where something really bad almost happened a few times. So I, like a normal single fucking person took this question in earnest. And I was very professional, just saying, hey, so since we've been working with limited staff, it would be great if we could get 1 or 2 more staff members on so we're not spread so thin, just so no one gets injured. After this call, my manager pulled me aside and berated me for daring to answer that question honestly and ask for help. And I shit you not, I swear to God, 1 week later, I got injured on that job, like I said was going to happen. And I got workers' comp and quit a month later. Oh, and they were real accommodating after I got injured. Fuckers. My knee is still fucked up from that experience, but I just wanted to sever all ties with that company. I was like, fuck it, I'll just deal.
No, if they treat your health like it's some kind of chess piece on a chessboard, get away from them immediately.
With it. Isn't that fucking horrible? My experience was so bad that I literally neglected my physical health because the thought of being entangled with that company, even through something like workers' comp, made me feel physically ill. And looking back, I probably would have done more, at least to get the workers' comp until I was fully healed. So if you're in a similar position, don't be me. Get what you fucking deserve. So yeah, I have absolutely no sympathy for either of these companies involved. I know very well how it feels to be employed by one of these companies and be overworked and underpaid, the toll that it can take on your body, the lack of help from any higher ups, with no possible end in sight. And this is not just unique to these companies. I'm sure many of you have shared similar experiences with your own working environments, shitty managers, being understaffed, etc. Also, for anyone worried about these workers, these companies that contract people out, they usually have hundreds, if not thousands of clients. So I have no doubt that the 20 people that they had working on that warehouse will be placed on other accounts, no problem. Or I guess 19 now, because I'm assuming that one person is not working there anymore. But the people that are saying that this is like, you know, I get what he's saying, but this just, he just went about this all wrong, whatever. You are not the workers' advocates that you think you are. Just so you know. For reference, if there was a point where they didn't have a place to put us at that other job, they would just have us do like office work or filing. The greater impact of someone setting a fire to a warehouse full of millions of dollars of inventory because workers were not getting paid enough is doing more for workers' rights than you bitching about it on Twitter. Be so fucking for real.
The underpaid employee who burned down the Kimberly-Clark warehouse, whose CEO, mind you, makes $16 million a year. He did that for all of us. We benefit from
He did that for all of us.
in what is a class war that more working class folks need to acknowledge.
Proud to be helping.
Starvation wages are a form of violence on a human being's
Hey there,
body.
deputy.
Lighting a warehouse on fire,
yeah,
that's a message. And that
Hey there,
company
deputy.
should be grateful.
Way I
The
hear it,
message
you've been
was
keeping
just
busy
to
jumping from
inanimate
one side of the
object.
Freestar
Resistance
Collective.
shows up in a lot
How
of
do you like
ways.
the
I'm
job
not
so far?
advocating for violence. I just know that violence is being inflicted
That's good
on
to
us. And if there's
So-
ways to demonstrate that we deserve better,
Well.
God bless the people who are willing to do it.
Editing Scully here. We have new information, so I've brought
I'll
out
see
the
what I can
avatar
do.
and microphone.
In the meantime,
So the key suspect in this, Jamel Abdul Karim, is currently facing several arson charges in San Bernardino. He has also been federally charged with arson of a building used in interstate and foreign commerce. Now this is a bigger sentence than regular run-of-the-mill arson, and I think this is deliberate. So their reasoning behind it was because these were products that were going to cross state lines, so interstate and foreign commerce. And this charge carries a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years and could be up to 20 years in federal prison. In addition, he also faces 7 state-level felony charges over these allegations. And we don't have all the details, but there are some news outlets that are saying that this could essentially lead to up to life in prison for him, which is obviously extreme considering that nobody was hurt and this was specifically damage to property. He also apparently on a phone call compared himself to Luigi Mangione, which this was a private cell phone conversation. I don't think he knew that this was going to come up in the courtroom. Perhaps he did, but it ended up working out for him because people online have been making these same exact comparisons and even creating art alongside Luigi Mangione and like deifying them together. Now they have LA's top federal prosecutor on this, a guy named Bill Essayli, and he had a quote on the on the situation. This is an alarming trend where we're seeing far-left political activists resorting to violence to advance their ideology. This is part of the concerning trend we're seeing, particularly with younger people who are being radicalized by left-wing ideology. A reminder, he burned down $500 million worth of property, worth of goods, saying all you had to do was pay us enough to live. And I'm just gonna let that sit for a second. Like I said, if convicted, it is a possibility that Abdul Karim will spend his life in prison. Now, we saw a very
Life
similar
in prison
thing
for
come
arson?
about when Luigi Mangione was first charged, where they tried to pile on all of these different charges, federal charges, death penalty, terrorist charges, and it led to a ton of public pushback. Now, in February of 2026, a federal judge actually dismissed 2 of the 4 federal charges against Luigi Mangione, so these are not ones that he will be going to trial for. He had the death penalty aspect of his, one of the charges removed. And I do genuinely think that this was in large part due to the massive pushback from regular people who were in support of Luigi Mangione. At this point, he has become kind of deified in American culture. The man who did the thing that we were all too scared to do, but ultimately for the greater good, right? Like, that is the sentiment that surrounds him. He does have this kind of mythic hero status among everyday Americans. And I think that's what they're scared of with Abdul Karim as well. So I would just recommend that everybody keep an eye on this story, make sure people know about it and are following with it. I do feel like this is something they are trying to sweep under the rug so they can charge him to the fullest extent and really punish him, but I don't think that's going to be able to happen if people are loud about their support in him. You know what I mean? Obviously it's tough because if people don't know about him, they don't know about him, and I think that many outlets have kind of learned their lesson from Luigi Mangione to not platform this kind of resistance. But nevertheless, you know, I'm gonna be telling you what the fuck is going on if mainstream media is not. But yeah, like I said, I would recommend everybody keep an eye on this and keep up to date on this and don't stop talking about it. He is currently being held at West Valley Detention Center in Rancho Cucamonga, which I really just wanted to include because it seemed like it was fun to say. Abdul Karim apparently also, this was something that was like a footnote included in one of the other articles that I was reading, and it said that he in 2024 filed a class action lawsuit against a previous employer over break times and lost pay, and he actually won that settlement in that case. So he has a history of fighting corrupt employers and fighting for his fellow workers to get what they are deserving of, to get their due pay and all these things. So I just wanted to include that because I hadn't seen that literally anywhere else. A lot of what was going on was kind of just like demonizing him, calling him crazy. So yeah. Next up is the council member whose house got shut up because he supported the building of a data center after his community vehemently opposed it.
Indiana councilman is feeling that heat from his community after his home was allegedly targeted this week. Look at that. Indianapolis councilman Ron Gibson's front door hit with 13 bullets with a note on his doorstep reading "No data center." So I'd like to welcome in that councilman, Ron Gibson. Councilman, thank you so much for giving us some of your time. The photos certainly are disturbing. We know police were called to your home yesterday morning. Walk us through what happened. How and when did you discover what was at your front door?
Thank you very much for having me. I guess I want to first start out, it's okay to disagree and have debates and express your opinion, but it's never okay to use violence to do or get your point across. In this case here, apparently we were asleep around midnight, after midnight, and I was awakened by the sound of glass crushing or something. But didn't realize at the time that my house had been shot up. I immediately got my young son back to sleep and checked the house out, and everything appeared to be secure. That the front storm door glass appeared to have been busted out, and I assumed that it must have been somebody that was opposing my support of the data center in my district. I kind of went on about the night and tried to go back to sleep, couldn't go back to sleep, but I didn't realize my house was shot up until I actually woke up and turned the lights on and saw that bullets came through my front door and through the dining room area. Yeah, apparently they left a note. It was wrapped in plastic. I assumed to have fingerprints or something. But yes, it appears that they put the note down and stood in my front yard and near my front door and fired into the house. But yeah, it's obvious that they opposed the data center.
Now, I couldn't seem to find any news stations entertaining the idea of interviewing the community members who opposed this, but why would they? They're all too busy sucking the farts out of Sam Altman's ass anyway. Speaking of Sam Altman, well, you know what? We'll get to him later. And why would any sane person want this in their neighborhood?
This is your cold water pressure in the kitchen.
Hi, kitty.
This is where I fill up water for storage. Those are the things we have to fill up to flush the toilets.
So you can see the sediment from the data center. Wow, and that's just from the water coming out of your faucet.
Yeah. And this is what's in all the pipes.
You getting it?
Just the well itself is probably $20,000,
okay.
And that's not counting any of the
all
faucets.
the replacement of the fixtures and faucets, toilets, and the lines that come underneath the house. It's overwhelming because you really feel like you are up against this huge wall that you can't penetrate. There's nothing that you can do, and they don't care.
I got a feeling this ain't the last I'll see.
Oh my god.
I'm standing at the site of Meta's new $10 billion data center in Richland Parish, Louisiana. It'll be the largest data center the company has ever built, about the size of Manhattan. The project is already bringing about big changes to this small town way of life here.
I don't know that gutting 2,500 acres of land just so we can mine data so that we can better market and sell people stuff, I feel like it's getting carried away.
Why are the data centers coming to the small rural towns? They're coming here to benefit themselves. They're not coming here with intentions on benefiting the community.
Our farmers around here really rely on the water system for irrigating their crops and stuff like that. They deplete the water system, you know, that's going to be a big problem.
In a sense, it feels like, well, yeah, they come take advantage of us poor, dumb, rural folks, you know.
When I noticed my electric bill gone up, started asking my neighbors, is your bill also going up? And they had no idea that this was happening. The thing I noticed right away was, compared to the same time last year, my bill has gone up, but also I noticed my usage went down. A lot of folks sometimes work 2 to 3 jobs to be able to pay their bills and don't take the time or have the time and luxury to even look down at their bill.
This council member went on to say that none of these things were ever going to affect this community. I don't trust your fucking pinky promise. These companies lie. They lie. We already know that these aren't good for communities. It's only good for the people who are getting paid off. Stop trying to convince us. People don't want this.
We don't want a maniac in our group, but there's no benefit to it. I feel like you just agreed with me, but you weren't listening to what I was saying. Yes. Is he listening to it? I can't tell.
He's listening. He's not understanding.
Yeah, he doesn't even, get us, man. We're talking about you. Okay, let's move on from it.
What do you think is happening right now?
Now, I don't mean to be a fucking bitch, because, I'm not trying to get my house shot up either, but they wanted to scare the shit out of you. And it looks like they succeeded. This framing to me is so clearly trying to make the council member like the ultimate innocent victim who has never done anything wrong in his little life, when the reason that this happened, made very clear by the note that was sent, is because you are putting people's lives, health, and homes in jeopardy. After they told you they didn't want this, you are a council member. You work for them. You risked people's lives, and now we're supposed to feel the most sorry for you because now your life is at risk. You didn't give a shit when all those other people's lives were at risk, when your own community's life was at risk. You didn't give a shit. But we're somehow supposed to care when your life is put at risk because you're in a position of power. Fuck you! To be clear, as an employee of YouTube and Google, I am not condoning violence. I just calls it like I see it. Obligatory legal statement here. The clash reflects a broader tension playing out across the US as hyperscalers like Amazon, Microsoft, and Google race to expand data center capacity to meet the surging AI demand. Data center projects, which are necessary to power AI, are increasingly running into resistance from communities concerned about energy use, water consumption, noise, and land use. In suburban and rural towns where tech companies are pouring significant investment into AI infrastructure, residents are increasingly pushing back against the development. Nonprofit organizations Environmental and Energy Study Institute has reported complaints from communities in Arizona, Mississippi, Virginia, and Texas about the noise and environmental impacts of data centers. Researchers have warned centers could negatively impact their surrounding environments, including creating heat islands that warm the surrounding 6 miles. Americans are increasingly likely to say they dislike AI. A recent poll of registered voters found that just 26% of Americans have a favorable view of AI. Only 26%. Speaking of AI, Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, got his house Molotoved. Only 5 original sentences left, gang. Yes, and more happened, but let's take this one story at a time. Man arrested for allegedly throwing Molotov cocktail at home of OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. Altman is a controversial figure, and the attack comes days after a New Yorker investigation that touched on concerns some people have about him and his company. This is the article, by the way. I will have it linked in the description. Officers arrested a 20-year-old man suspected of throwing a Molotov cocktail at OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's San Francisco home on Friday and then making threats at the company's headquarters, police and company said. Yeah, people don't... Sorry. People don't like this man. Then there was a shooting. that happened days later in that same neighborhood, which I'm sure is quite unusual for a neighborhood of a billionaire. However, it's unclear if this was a targeted shooting or an unrelated incident. No one was injured in the shooting, and it's unclear whether anyone was home at the time. It's also unclear whether the home was targeted or if the shooting was still under investigation. Additionally, no motive was disclosed by authorities. Yes, they're keeping all of this very, very hush-hush. And like I said, this came only 2 days after the first person was arrested on suspicion of throwing a Molotov cocktail at his home. And I understand the anger and frustration that people have, the hatred that people have towards this man. I get it. Next, I want to talk about the farmer that refused to sell her farm to build a data center, even though they offered her $26 million, which, now that we're on it, is far less than these data centers are being valued at. The one that we talked about literally 2 stories ago is valued at $500 million, and they were offering her $26 million, which is such a small fraction. So not only is this unethical, you're also lowballing her. Kentucky woman rejects $26 million offer to turn her farm into a data center. For generations, Ida Huddleston and her family have owned a farm in northern Kentucky, and they've turned down at least one multi-million-dollar offer to preserve it. Last year, a quote major artificial intelligence company offered them $26 million to sell a part of their farm for a proposed data center. Huddleston and her family declined, saying that they didn't want a data center built near them or on any of their 1,200 acres of farmland outside Maysville, Kentucky. They call us old, stupid farmers, you know, but we're not. We know whenever our food is disappearing, our lands are disappearing, and we don't have any water. And that poison, well, we know we've had it. And this is what it's all about, right? This is what it's all about. I appreciate the integrity of this farmer and their ability to see beyond what is right in front of them and to consider the health and safety of their community. In a world full of disgusting, money-hungry tyrants, someone rejecting a $26 million payout for one of these resource-sucking data centers is very refreshing. People are overwhelmingly against these data centers, and they just keep fucking building them. I'm glad people are standing up. Let's keep up this energy. But this is coming from all sides. It's not just workers, it's not just community members, it's on a personal level as well.
Tonight we're also learning more about the suspect, who authorities say shot and killed Deputy Hubbard after being served an eviction notice around 10:40 Thursday morning.
Neighbors have identified her as 59-year-old David Morales. They tell Action News they had called law enforcement on him in the past, but are still surprised to learn what happened just feet away from the door.
Action News uncovered property records that show Morales had been living in the nearly 1,500 square foot home since 2005, but it went into foreclosure last year. Tulare County Sheriff Mike Boudreau says after being asked to leave several times, Morales knew Thursday would be his final eviction notice, and he armed himself before deputies arrived.
Yes, this man who was getting evicted in California was like, actually, instead of getting evicted and forced out of my home, I'm just gonna kill people? Now, apparently the neighbors had made complaints about this person a number of times before. They did not go into specifics. But even they said they never expected him to act out in this way. And some of y'all may not see it, but to me, this also aligns with the previous stories. Because if you are homeless in this country, you are treated lower than dirt. It's something that is seen not only as a moral failing, but something that is all your fault, and propagandized to be something that you should be able to pull yourself out of, despite having limited to no resources or programs to actually help people who are unhoused. And any remaining programs that this country does have, Trump is trying to cut. The unemployment rate is heinous. It's impossible to get a job fucking anywhere. Everything is expensive. And if you're homeless, the state would rather you die than actually provide ways to pull yourself out of poverty. This is from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, by the way. You can find this article below. In a nation as wealthy and innovative as ours, no one should be forced to sleep in a park, in a car, or in shelters. But today, millions of people don't have enough income to cover high housing costs, and 3 in 4 households eligible for renter assistance don't receive it due to chronic underfunding. As a result, hundreds of thousands of people are pushed into homelessness, and many more must choose between paying rent and buying food or medications. While President Trump promised to make housing and the cost of living more affordable, the administration is advancing a set of policies that would make housing less affordable, and then punish people for the predictable result, including pressuring states and localities to incarcerate unhoused people and promoting detention-like camps. This double whammy would cause more people to become homeless, undermine people's basic human rights, and drain local resources. It would affect people of all racial and ethnic backgrounds, but disproportionately harm people of color. especially Black and Indigenous people, as they disproportionately experience homelessness due to the generations of discriminatory policies and practices. The administration is promoting policies that cut rental assistance, which helps people afford housing, cut Medicaid, a key source of funding for services that can help people find and keep homes, pressure communities to abandon evidence-based approaches to homelessness in favor of outdated, less effective models, pressure states and cities to fine, arrest, jail, or institutionalize people who sleep outside because they have nowhere else safe to go, worsening inequities and access to housing and healthcare. The administration's approach is at odds with evidence-based solutions. This is my new favorite sentence of all time, and I think everybody should say it all the time. I'm going to say it again. The administration's approach is at odds with evidence-based solutions, namely low barrier affordable housing and customized community-based services that are proven to help ensure people have a consistent access to safe, stable housing. Here are policies that can be implemented by Congress that would actually prevent homelessness in ways other than murdering homeless people. 1. Invest in permanent housing to counterbalance the administration's cuts and ensure people in interim housing are not forced back onto the street. 2. Protect existing revenues and raise additional funds to backfill for steep federal cuts to Medicaid and food assistance and invest in effective housing solutions. 3. Invest in dignified interim housing options that help more people safely get off the street while rejecting calls to fine and arrest people who have no place to live. 4. Adopt policies that protect unhoused people's rights and provide outreach and support to people who must remain outside because they can't afford rent, such as access to food, water, sanitation supplies, bathrooms, and storage for medications and other belongings. And 5. Protect the data privacy of unhoused people. To prevent the federal government and others from abusing their data for purposes unrelated to helping people find and keep housing, such as to target people on the basis of their immigration status. Failing to protect people's privacy will make many more people more fearful of accepting help, including to move off the street and into shelters. The evidence is clear. The most effective way to solve homelessness is by expanding access to low-barrier rental assistance and community-based supportive services. Now, this is an incredible article. It actually goes much more in-depth. There's so much good information here. If this is something that you are passionate about or something that you want your local government to get more involved in, I really encourage all of you to read it. It not only describes the problems, but also the solutions, which is what we're all about here in the Happy Pancake Lounge. I will have the entire article linked below. I highly recommend you read it. It's very informative. But I can see how many would justify homelessness in America as being worse than death. And that's why it's so important that we keep these programs alive. Now, since the first high-profile warehouse fire, we've seen more covered in the news, and we actually don't know if these fires are arson or if these were just run-of-the-mill warehouse fires, because none of these fucking warehouses seem to be up to code. Because obviously in these cases, if there was someone who committed arson, they didn't film and post it. Also, one of his co-workers, I believe a man named Alex Montero, said that investigators actually didn't know it was him, that if he didn't post the video, he probably could have gotten away with it. There was no suspicion that it was him. Actually, he was missing, so everyone was trying to find him. Everyone was blaming the robots at first. We were almost 100% sure it was the robots until the action of the video, of course. But there are a few suspicious situations, we'll say. The first was a massive factory fire in Queens, and this took place 4 days after the Ontario warehouse fire. Now, this was a fire that required hundreds of New York City firefighters that spent hours. They actually use in the article battling this fire. There were no injuries reported, there were no deaths reported, but this was like apparently one of the biggest fires that this area has like ever seen. I was like shocked. We've never seen a fire like this. Big buildings like that. This is one of the worst fires I've ever seen. This is really, it's been going on for a long time. And in the article, they very clearly state that the cause of the fire is unknown at this time. Again, totally possible that this was just a total accident. The warehouse caught fire. It was just like really, really bad. The second is from an Amazon warehouse in Ohio. Now, this has layers to it because when it was reported on, it was said that this fire was caused by the solar panels catching fire. Now, I did a little bit of research, and apparently solar panels catching fire is extremely, extremely rare. Again, not impossible, but just to give you an idea of this, solar panels pose an extremely low fire hazard. In fact, Photon magazine has recorded no more than 1 incident per 10,000 installations. So a house equipped with properly installed panels will not catch fire. First off, it must be noted that photovoltaic solar panels cannot start a fire in and of themselves. However, if a photovoltaic installation malfunctions, installations, some of its components may be flammable. The following issues were detected in the rare incidents of solar panel fires. 1, poorly installed panels. 2, defective connections, sensors, and junction box. But solar panel fires occur in fewer than 0.02% of installations worldwide, making them extremely rare events. Most of these solar fires stem from poor installation practices, faulty wiring, or component failures rather than inherent design flaws. And proper installation by certified professionals and regular maintenance virtually eliminate fire risks. Solar systems are statistically safer than many common household electrical appliances. Now, these statistics are actually crazy because you are more likely to be struck by lightning than to experience a solar panel fire on your property. Now, this is also residential data. This was the only data that I could find. I couldn't find information specifically about corporate solar panels catching fire. I imagine it's a similar enough build, but I wanted to make that super clear. I also feel like with the recent, let's say, issues that the US has had acquiring oil due to the completely unnecessary war that is going on in Iran right now, I can see why it would be beneficial for people in power to give any sort of negative press they could to solar panels. Again, there's no evidence to support this. I'm just putting out, like, there's very little information given about these situations. This could very well be just like one-off weird circumstance. Solar panels caught fire, completely unexpected. A lot of these companies cut corners anyway, so maybe they just shittily installed these solar panels. That's entirely possible. And there are miscellaneous others. There was a fire that happened at a New Jersey warehouse that is currently under investigation. There was a fire that happened in a Texas warehouse that is also currently under investigation. A Bakersfield, California warehouse currently under investigation. There was a lumber business in Wayne County that says the cause of the fire was unclear. But how likely is it that this is secretly arson, and how likely is it that these are just run-of-the-mill warehouse fires? Well, according to the National Fire Protection Association, between 2020 and 2024, fire departments in the United States responded to an average of 1,544 warehouse structure fires annually, roughly 4 fires every single day. It is entirely possible that these are unrelated, even if there were suspicious circumstances surrounding them. I know that's not as dramatic, but I just want to make sure we're checking our facts here. Because I have seen a ton of people online being like, people keep blowing up warehouses, people keep committing arson, #resistance, and I'm like, it is entirely possible. However, it is also entirely possible that this is just sort of run-of-the-mill fires. So just be careful of that. Now, for any of the people out there who are clutching their pearls at this video, this type of resistance is not new. It's not even new to the US. In fact, it is quite American, but we've seen this all around the world. So declaring this behavior as un-American is actually just incorrect.
Hey, so right now there are a lot of conversations that are starting to be had about destruction of property and whether or not that is an appropriate form of protest. And we can have a philosophical discussion another day about who gets to decide what is or isn't an appropriate form of protest, and the answer is really the winners. Whoever wins gets to decide, right? The Sons of Liberty were freedom fighters, not terrorists. Anyway, as a historian, I'd like to just remind you of a few things, or just give you some information you maybe didn't learn in school that would at least, I don't know, help you along in this conversation. Number one, I already sort of referenced it, but the United States was sort of born off the Boston Tea Party. I mean, not literally, but that is arguably one of our most celebrated events of our fight for freedom, is the destruction of corporate property on a massive scale, like millions and millions of dollars of British East India Company tea being thrown into the harbor. Now, to be clear, this wasn't like a labor uprising. This was an uprising by the Sons of Liberty, who were mostly wealthy colonists who were getting wealthier off of their illegal tea trade and just didn't like the competition. But still. Number two, did you ever learn why Nelson Mandela was in prison to begin with? Like, we all probably learned in our world history class that he was freed after being in prison for a few decades and became the first president of post-apartheid South Africa, but why was he in prison to begin with? Well, he was in prison to begin with because of his militant wing of the ANC known as Mkhonto we Sizwe, which basically decided, listen, nonviolent, like civil disobedience is not working against this violent white supremacist government, and so we are going to turn to a campaign of property destruction. In June of 1961, Nelson Mandela sent a letter to South African newspapers warning the government that they would start a campaign of sabotage in the next few months unless the government agreed to call for a national constitutional convention. That didn't happen, and so starting in December of that year, they started launching attacks against like electrical substations, government posts, machines, power facilities. They would burn fields and burn crops. Let me read you part of a speech from Nelson Mandela explaining himself why he shifted his approach from full nonviolence to violence against property, at least. Quote, "It was only when all else had failed, when all channels of peaceful protest had been barred to us, that the decision was made to embark on violent forms of political struggle. We did so not because we desired such a course, but solely because the government had left us with no other choice." And finally, during our own civil rights movement, there are a lot of people, especially the kind of the white moderates that Dr. King was always so frustrated with, that would say like, well, yeah, but why do you have to destroy property? These marches, they have to stay peaceful. We can't have riots, we can't have whatever. Dr. King gave his speech on this. He said, I'm aware that there are many who wince at a distinction between property and persons who hold both sacrosanct. My views are not so rigid. A life is sacred. Property is intended to serve life, and no matter how much we surround it with rights and respect, it has no personal being. It is part of the earth man walks on, it is not man. Why were they so violent with property then? Because property represents the white power structure which they were attacking and trying to destroy. A deeper level of hostility came out in arson, which was far more dangerous than the looting, but it too was a demonstration and a warning. It was directed against symbols of exploitation, and it was designed to express the depth of anger in the community.
Now, I've said this in my previous videos talking about class consciousness, but we should expect this to continue until conditions improve, right? Like, this will continue to happen for as long as people are suffering. And it's because people are running out of things to lose. That's just a fact. The pros are now outweighing the cons for this kind of resistance.
They are hoping that that worker burning down millions of miles of factory because they're not being paid is going to be a micro trend. It's not. It's actually what happens when you prove to people their words don't matter. When I can elect you to be a public servant and you can come out of a meeting and go la 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 when I give you my grievances, when I show you article after article of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people losing their jobs because you outsource them to a computer that doesn't do the job better, it just saves you money. And the CEO of the company you work for, salary is $29 million. While your tax dollars pay for $1 million missiles that get launched at children. That dude throwing the Molotov at Sam Oakland's house, a fire being set at that factory, this is reality coming to a head because you guys are delusional. You guys think that there's enough Netflix and enough TV to keep everyone pacified until you realize there's no pacifying being homeless, facing eviction, daily starvation. Even the slowest of us are not going to be focused on TV when we can't afford to live.
Mind you, we're still operating in the pre-war economy. Like the last shipment the last oil shipment is about to hit the US sometime this week, and then after that is when we start to feel the effect of the war. All of these like oil prices rising, it's gonna get worse. And mind you,
I gotta say, and especially with the POI shuffle that they did, they had the AI shuffle the POIs, I guess, in a way where it's like, yeah, you might have seen one, but it's sort of unlikely to see it again for a long time. And like now, this is like the most detailed video game I've ever played. It just sucks you in. Like I look outside, there's a whole field out there with like resources and some kind of resource hutch over there. And I'm in some fucking crazy dungeon, and the outside and the inside monument thing is really deep. It's as deep as Rust. It's like good. Ooh, that was an enemy, or sorry, magazine. Permanently adds a 1% chance to disarm enemies. As far as magazines go, it's weak, but it was still really good. I'm glad I found it. I directly found it. You can hear the robot fighting some dude off in the corner. All right. You hear something pap, pap, pap as he fires at the robot. You're dead. You're dead. You can hear him kill him. Oh, shit, the fuck was that? Ah, I wrenched my arm and it hurt. There's like more dudes in here. I sustained bad injuries in here, and I've got to go back to the ship and literally like stay here for a day. I like the RP because I like to use my imagination. Like, I'm a Boba Fett type bounty hunter guy, and I just sustained some really bad. This is almost like a Hollywood movie. Like, I sustained a bunch of bad damage, like trying to liberate this fucking this outpost. I think I better let my cat outside. I don't know. Yeah, I think she wants to go outside. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom while I sleep. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go sit down and... what happened? No, I sat on the TV remote again. Stop doing this stupid shit. Stop doing it. Stop doing this. Yep, just go back to that. No, go back to that. Stop doing that. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. Let's go, let's go. Get to sleeping. Okay, let's go outside. I'll be right back. Okay, kitty. You wanna go outside? Yeah, you good? Okay. Out of the way. Come on, move. Much better, so I had to go to the restroom. Okay, now to go back in that place. Malnourished and dehydrated. What's the effects when that happens? 30% health, 50% melee, 25% carry capacity. Reload speed. So yeah, I guess so. So I suppose I do eat food every time I... Starfield, is there a way to store food without storage cost? Is it just the chest in the lodge? Okay, so I guess, yeah, what I never really learned was that I guess I should go back to the lodge when I do staging.
Yes?
I kind of want to switch my shit to 4K, I don't know.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh my god, there's another ice hop in 20 minutes. Right as I fucking arrive. God damn it, I learned that how annoying it is to go to Do-Dixie. I should take my Gila out and go back to Jita. And run Caldari level 4s, I guess.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Oh wait, am I done with this? No.
Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
certain why you believed conflict with us was... Searching. There are no hostile organisms nearby. Signs of life from the enemy.
Take that, Tawny Adams.
If you are seeking a Freestar Ranger, the Rock would be an advisable place to look.
Fire crystals are 2,600.
Diego Monroe, At your service. Well, theoretically. Justice never Listen. So keep it up.
Good day, Captain.
Is On the Red Mile part of the Starjacker chain?
The mayor's alright. Always painting too rosy a picture, though.
What I've got's better than any swill they'll serve you in the United Colonies. I promise you that.
Late one night, Annie Wilcox tried to arrest me for public indecency. She'll be a terror when she grows up.
Never ever go outside the city walls after sundown. Ashta are more aggressive at night.
What are the names of the quests up to Starjacker? Maybe I just never spoke to Roach. Maybe that's
Another
what it
day,
is.
another shift.
The heart of the settled city.
Agent number one?
You ever want to learn from the best?
When am I gonna get another
Pretty
assignment?
sure, Agent No.
Itching to get back out there and track down some bounties.
It is like I told you. Now that you are a full-fledged tracker, you will not get assignments, nor will you be assigned a partner. You must do these things on your own. If you want to hunt a bounty, check the wanted display. If you want a partner, you must ask them. Or you can take a mission from the bounty board downstairs if you wish.
Ah, right. Sorry about
What
that.
are you standing around
I'm still
for when
getting
there's
used to
fugitives
everything
on the
here.
loose?
Thanks for the clarity.
I am no one. Upon assuming them to protect family and as a rank-and-file tracker for a leader such as know that to attain my an agent takes on often when time both roles are equally. After the Narian War, the Trackers Alliance, the governments of the set, this mutual trust. Leave no quarter, show no mercy. Leave no quarter, show until you return. The Alliance is strong and getting stronger by the day.
I'm stuck in this loop where Roach says I need to talk to number one. Number one doesn't mention a mission.
Hey, Tank, how you doing there? Racking up a lot of bounties?
There are always more bounties to collect.
Still trying to get the hang of things. Plus, I still have to train for my next Red Mile run. You know, in case I decide to go again.
You're really gonna keep doing that? Seems like a waste to me.
Ah, man. It's a great way to practice your skills and make some extra credits while you're at it.
Hey. You can talk to me later. Agent No One. Hey, you should speak with Agent No.
The hunt continues. I hope you fare well. The Alliance is strong and getting stronger by the day.
Okay,
May
so
luck follow you.
I wondered. I do have this one mission, I think. No, I don't have anything left.
Well, if it isn't the rookie. can talk to me later.
No, you're
Leave no quarter.
glitched.
Leave no quarter. Show no mercy.
Aww.
Look what the
I've
Astra
been
dragged
thinking about getting back.
Hey, what's good?
Go outside and wait 24 hours. I don't think that's going to fix it. Many, many days and weeks have passed. What are you talking about? Oh, no, I think I actually full-blown locked myself out of the Trackers Alliance quest line. What do I do? Okay, so maybe because I have other bounties, I guess, and we'll see if that's what it is. We'll finish the whole series of quests, I guess.
The effects of that big beautiful bill are gonna start to be felt this summer. Now, I mean, like, this summer is gonna be hot.
And this kind of resistance usually results in one of two actions from the state. Either one, they improve conditions and actually give people what they fucking ask for, or two, they increase the consequences for this kind of action. With fascist governments, it's always number two, because they're fucking shit. And we've already seen this with the US categorizing anti-capitalist, anti-Christian, and anti-fascist rhetoric as terroristic language. We're also seeing very similar things happen in Israel with people who are speaking out against their government. Meanwhile, these systems that are enacting completely legal but no less evil violence onto its own citizens, that violence is always given allowance. But violence that affects those in power, those enacting the violence on others, is never tolerated. Some violence has always been legal. It's the violence that comes from the systems, from the state, from those in power. The violence enacted on the people. And even if it's against the law to enact that same violence onto a person's oppressors, this is not stopping people. People are gonna keep burning shit. I don't know what else to say, gang. Now, during this series of events, I came across some accounts saying that essentially protests don't matter. And I don't agree with that. Their argument was essentially, you know, this is the only kind of resistance that works. This is the only kind of resistance we should be doing. Those fucking No Kings protests didn't do shit. And I don't agree with this for a couple reasons. One, because if it don't matter, and I don't agree with that. Their argument was essentially, you know, this is the only kind of resistance that works. This is the only kind of resistance we should be doing. Those fucking No Kings protests didn't do shit. And I don't agree with this for a couple reasons. One, because if it was just these instances of resistance without a show of the masses and their feelings on our current situation and our current government, it would be very easy to write off these acts against powerful people and capital as a small group of people being fucking crazy, right? It would be very easy for them to be like, the people don't feel that way. We know how the rest of the country feels about this. That's why things like polling and approval ratings and all this shit is very important, because gauging public opinion is how we move things like the Overton window. And it's why the Trump administration has tried so hard to block those measures. There are so many people who have been showing up to those protests. And there have been even more who either don't have the ability to, either because they're disabled or they work multiple jobs to provide for themselves or their children, jobs that they can't risk losing. I would say most Americans have the ability to at least attend a protest. So things like the No Kings protest, Black Lives Matter protests, those are an incredible gauge that show the massive amounts of people that oppose oppressive governments. It shows the numbers, and that is important. The way that I see it, they're both important and they are both necessary, because most people are not going to be blowing up warehouses, right? People in power can write people off in those groups as crazy or wildly out of touch or misguided, and however wrong they are, if you don't have things like massive protests to actually show people, hey, it's not just the people committing arson, it's also, you know, your grandma or whatever. And what's really happening with these acts of resistance is that these are people who are going further than many of us are able to, right? But protests and acts like these serve completely different purposes. Protests and public displays show the people that we are not alone. It shows the people in power the scale at which the discontent lies. And acts of resistance, like the warehouse fire, confront these issues directly and bring about change at a great sacrifice to those who participate. America has reached a boiling point. A pound of ground beef is more than minimum wage. People are realizing that Reagan was a fucking liar and it did not indeed trickle down. Thousands of people have lost their jobs to AI. Unemployment is on the rise, inflation is on the rise, social programs are being cut, medical care is too expensive. It's impossible to find an affordable place to live, and over 60% of America is living paycheck to paycheck. Our tax dollars are being used to fund an endless war that is bombing innocent children. Our government is filled to the brim with Nazi pigs who have no fucking idea how to have a singular, cohesive thought. So in cases like this, what's a girl to do? My question for Donald Troll and his violent administration is this: how much farther are you going to push the American people? Are you really willing to risk your life for the sake of corporate greed? For the sake of cockriding Israel and Netanyahu and these AI tech bros? How far are you willing to go? Because it's clear, the American people aren't afraid to make it your problem. Is it going to be your house next? Is it? You get to decide. You get to decide. As always, I have Rawan's GoFundMe linked below. She was supposed to attend university this year, but Israel bombed her home and her school out of existence. If you would like to donate but you don't have the funds, you can always watch my D&D campaign, Westerly Academy, where all the ad revenue goes directly to Palestinian families. So by literally watching D&D, you are helping the people of Palestine. Join my Patreon if you want to support me directly and be a real sweetheart. As always, thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want to hear more from me. Please take care of yourselves and each other. Bye. Very special thank you to Bagel's dad, Derek, Anonymous, Tiny Axes, and Robin Fellows.
Approaching Stardate. Autopilot jumping.
Yeah?
Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Autopilot disabled. Docking request accepted.
No, I don't know. I don't see this kind of income I usually do. I'm just going to continue to hunt copper. Copper's steady money all the time. It'll pay. What?
Those damned hijack. Thank you. Of course. Here.
Damn it, that
Now,
almost
if you
covers
don't
the
mind,
goddamn bounty I got.
Need to get back to my route.
Yeah. What are you looking at? Oops.
I can't thank you enough.
Nice. Clean sip there. Yeah?
Warp drive active. Something you need. Switching over to standard engines.
Wrong place, wrong time. Shit. It's the Mantis! Mantis!
Yeah, right. Scanning. Damn it! Spin up the drives! We're leaving.
Sorry. Please, please, don't kill me!
Thank you, Mantis. What's a mantis?
Can I help? Good to go for landing. Hey. I'm listening. Yeah, what is it?
Why are you standing on me saying that? Get off me.
This planet's gravity cannot contain you, Captain. Another significant combat protocol.
Not worth it!
You got a death wish? I suppose I will feed my cat and myself. I'll be right back. Oh, I will save before I step away. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, I'm not mining. Or I'm not, Nice. Okay, I'm going to... Oops, sorry, my camera. I'm going to cook something and feed my cat. I'll be right back. Oh, my arm. Okay, you ready for dinner? Yeah, you sit out here enjoying the outside. I believe I will shut this. Yeah, we're gonna feed you, kitty. It's dinner time. Yeah, you should get excited. We're getting dinner. Yeah, yeah. I should do my dinner first. Who cares? Okay. I am cooking. Oh, no. Kitty. Oh, sorry, kitty. Watch it. Yep, we're gonna feed you. Yep. It's that time. Yep, it's that time. We gonna feed you. Okay, you ready? Yep, that's all you little chirper. You Bennett Foddy. Oh yeah, that's the bomb diggity for the kitty, huh? Mm-hmm. Now. Ah. Okay, I'm just making sure. Okay, we've broken even here. It's good. Good old Bethesda. Okay, I don't care. Oh no, did you freeze me? You froze me, you stupid game. You did freeze, you full froze. It won't even give me the console now. Or no, maybe it's something else. Maybe it's something else. It is something else. Yeah, it's FFXI. Maybe I should play something more modern than FFXI. I've been enjoying playing Red Mage because it's free. But maybe that's all I should do, is just do healing every once in a while when I want to. Oh yeah, my stuff is done. Okay, time for some palak paneer. Oh no. Oh. Hello? Okay. Okay, sure. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, I can take it to the doctor if you need. Well, it's good that he's getting better, though. Good, that's good. That's so good.
So, Kitty, come here. Stop that. Just stop.
Form. Yep, and I stopped mining. Ah, my arm. Yeah, but where's like these things about like I guess diplomas or I don't know what it is so well.
Sea shanties, buried treasure, flintlock pistols, oh, it's just a good time. So okay, we're going to start off today doing something a little bit unusual, which is, I've jumped you forward to about 2 hours into the game. And the reason I've done that is, you know what, it would be unfair to say the first 2 hours of the game are not very good. What it is fair to say, though, is they're not very piratey. Because the setup is you've been shipwrecked on this island. So as a result of that, you're kind of just stuck here doing tutorials, learning how crafting and building and upgrading works. Which largely boils down to conducting a 2-hour boar genocide, because literally cooking everything during the tutorial needs yet more cooking a rough hide, which only comes off boars, so seriously, by the end of the 2 hours I was feeling really sorry for the boars. But that's now done. My starting base is constructed, and my workbenches are here ready to go. Most importantly, yes, at about 2 hours into the game, you get your first boat. It's not much of a boat, but you know, it's a boat. So this feels like a good point to actually jump into the game. A big part of the reason I say that, by the way, is, yes, the starting island is like this tiny area here that I've explored very thoroughly. And as for the rest of the map, yeah, as I say, I feel like this is a good point to actually kick off our adventure properly. So yes, as the sun rises on a bright new day, let's just hop in the boat and be on our way. Though, yes, as far as I can tell, there's no actual, like, wind or anything in this game. There's some sort of, like, magic motor under the water or whatnot. So, yes, at this point I can literally go anywhere I want to. Though I do know there's something going on down to the south. Specifically, some shipwrecks and some captured crew members who I might be able to, you know, acquire in order to have a much bigger, better ship, though I cannot but notice even though, yes, I'm currently in single-player mode. Okay, so the game doesn't pause when I'm in menus. Good thing to know there. And I will say, while it's not quite Sea of Thieves in terms of, yes, prettiness of the sea and whatnot, it is still pretty damn nice to look at, actually. It's just a really attractive game in terms of light, water, etc, etc. Also, delightfully, I did build, yes, a very large bonfire by my camp. So, as a result of that, I can actually see my camp, even though I am all the way over here, which I find delightful. So, okay, hang on, stop, no! Can we get the boat out again. Okay, the boat is not like, you know, aggressively beached or whatnot. This is good. So just park the boat there. That's fine. Hop off. And yes, if I need to, or like it does float off or something, I can just tap K to make it respawn next to me. So don't worry about the boat wandering off. Anchors aren't a thing. We just use magic. But yes, I'm now on a whole new island, and this is where this game gets a little bit interesting to my mind, because, okay, step one, this game is really, really bloody hard, in the sense that you die really quickly, though part of the reason for that is, yeah, the food system. You can have 2 bits of food, like, sat at any one time. So, for example, if I were to eat some bacon and eggs, that gets me more maximum health, and also boosts my vitality stat, meaning even more bloody health. Lovely. Then I can have some dodo broth as well, because yes, we're set in, like, you know, a mythical alternative magical age of piracy, so dodos are still around, which is lovely. And now, for the next 15 minutes, I've got a lot more bloody health. But yes, it still goes down really bloody fast, and you know what? Step one, before I go and investigate that mysterious blue stuff in the distance, I should set a respawn point, because, as I say, you die fast in this game, and when you die, you just teleport straight back to your base over there, which is not good, because I don't want to, like, you know, go back over there, given it's quite a long boat ride between here and there. But I could just go into build mode anywhere I want to, and set up a small tent, which is functionally just, you know, a restart point. Need a little bit of wood and plant fibre for that, but that is fine, because obviously I've brought some basic tools with me. This is, you know, at its heart, very much a crafty, buildy, survival-y game. And congratulations, I've now got a tiny survival tent on this island. So yes, at this point, this is going to be my revival point. If I die, I just pop up back here, because you get cursed at the start of the game, so if you die, you just get to come back to life over and over again. It's not much of a curse now I think about it, and, speaking of which, hello mysterious thing I've not seen before. Okay, I've made a key discovery, a Misty Orchids, which is immediately unlocked to basic alchemy, because I've actually found an alchemy ingredient on this island. Presumably this just can't be found on the starting island, so, okay, because I found something, I can now start building new stuff back at base, but let's not rush back there just yet. I've got plenty of spare capacity. Let's go, like, you know, explore, figure out what's what, etc, before we mosey on home. And also die a fair bit. We're almost certainly going to die a fair bit. So, oh yeah, this island I think is a fair bit bigger than the one I started on. So, into the jungle, nice and careful. If we're lucky, we might run into something, yes, nice and small and squishy we can use to demonstrate combat.
Hi, kitty.
Especially given, oh.
I want to eat, though. I don't want you right now. Sorry. Excuse me.
You know what? I've decided I don't want to fight a level 3 savage bear as my first encounter. Then again, John, you have literally just, you know, laid down a restart point. Don't be a coward. Fight the savage bear. So, combat in this game is, yes, pretty simple conceptually. It's largely about, yes, breaking the enemy's guard and stamina management. Also, John, that's a boar, not a bear. That seems not as bad, actually. I misread that as bear, which did seem worse. So, yes, basically, we've got to... Never mind, he's coming in. So, yes, it's a parry-based system. He's going to attack me. I need to deal with that to take out his block. And, uh-oh, no, and... Okay, I've not quite got the timings down for this guy just yet. So, go, and go, and... Okay, so that's how quickly you die. You die very quickly, but you also pop back to life very quickly. This is a game about dying a lot, and also, curiously, yes, the enemies, when you come back, they don't regrow their health bars. So in theory, you can win by just battering your head against a brick wall over and over again forever. Which hopefully, like, isn't what I'm going to be doing, but you can do it if you want to. So yeah, just to pop back over here. And excuse me, buddy, how about actually I get out a gun and shoot you with my gun? Because yeah, now you've only got 2 shieldy McGibbles, and go, and... I forgot that when you die, you do, yes, lose your food bonuses. So as a result, oh dear. Okay, important lesson learned, don't fight high-level enemies. Gotcha. Let's just work around you. Try and avoid other savage boars if we can. Because more excitingly, yeah, I thought I saw a flipping beautiful, a big old ruin in the distance, and this is where this game gets me. Right here. That yes, you don't actually gain XP for fighting or killing random creatures. It's exploring and discovering all the treasure in ruins dotted around islands that get you XP. So okay. This ruin has got 3 somethings in it. We don't know what. There's also an old skeleton here. 2 bullet holes in the skull. Okay. It's maybe a tiny bit concerning. Who did that? And are they still here, potentially? Because it looks pretty abandoned, and yeah, where are these treasures? I'm not seeing anything immediately. Check more skeletons. All that remains of the hanged. Alright. There's one guy up there as well. Uh-oh! Hang on, what the... Okay, it's a boar, it's another cocky boar, that's fine. That's fine, because this is only a level 2 boss, so go and... Uh-oh. Okay, so you've got a special charging ability, which is, you know, also not good in many ways. That's fine, I've got some flipping bandages. You die a lot in this game, just get used to dying, it's fine. So, okay.
If you're bad. I died when I lagged.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
He does a dive, which is fine, I've got a dodge. Now I know you're a charging boar, we know what to do. We can just get out the way when the time is right, so get over here and go! Get out the way, and wait for him to... No, he's running! Okay, is he coming in for a charge? And if he is, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. You know what, come! Screw you! And now get in and knock him down, because he's...
Docking permission
I tried to knock him down before he... Get down, because yeah, when his shield's gone, you can knock him down. Okay, that's you dead. Do some more bandages. I brought plenty of bandages for...
Connecting.
Just had to threaten some Max. This guy's like, what do we do? I don't know. I don't know how to reach you either.
I'm taking you down.
How are you now?
Knew I'd find you. You're done.
It seems the enemy has vanished. There are no hostile organisms nearby.
See, you do like you do. You say he's down there, but when I zone in, you don't show it. I hate this shit.
Precisely this reason. I think there was another one over here as well. Hello over there, good sir. Are you... right, you're the same thing. So, right. Just get my gun ready and go! And if you're about to charge, then wait out. Knock him down. Yeah, guns. Guns are good for knocking down shields. And no, you don't. Screw it, follow him. Get him. Just knock him down before he can hit you. Spot on. So, alright. Local boars taken care of. And yeah, that's kind of how combat flows in this game. Melee is all about blocking, perfect timing parries, etc., in order to slowly but surely break down their guard, so you can knock them down, get some free hits in, etc., But you've also got a gun, which is great, but ammo is very limited and reloads are very slow. So yeah, be a bit careful on that front. Crack you open, my friend, and... okay. We've got ourselves loads of potions, instant potions as well, and two-handed swords. Which is, yeah, 300 slashing damage versus, right. Welcome to the team, my friend. We've now got, yes, a much better weapon, though. Because that's two-handed, I can't use my gun. Okay, you know what? We'll give it a go for now. A much bigger, better, more powerful sword. That's lovely. And yeah, that was the first of 3 treasures. Now, it looks to me that the next one's going to be, yeah, right about here. Crack open this. Copper bullets and iron bullets and homemade gunpowder. Okay. So this is precisely what I needed to use my gun. At the exact moment I decided I'm not using guns anymore, because... just fell off the thing, but that's fine. Now, where is treasure number 3? Because there was definitely talk of, yes, 3 treasures. And until I find all of them, I don't get the XP from this tiny ruin. And, hello, sexy. One last old skeleton just hidden on the far side of the wall here gets me. Last latter, pirates caught up with us, so... oh, it turns out it was pirates that killed all these guys. That's me, I'm a pirate. I mean, not me personally, but... okay, so it turns out, yes, the biggest, you know, threat to the guys living on these islands was me and my friends. Gotcha. And more importantly, there's a hat here. immediately opening up a new quest, Glorious Hunters. So, right, track down the rest of them, and I get a more powerful gun. So, okay, just south of where I am, yeah, potentially there's a shipwreck site. Potentially we can find a boat or some sort of boat component that might be of interest. But on top of that, yeah, very nearby, there's other ruins. So, okay, hop on down to the south, just eyes open, and I see the flipping, yeah, boat in question. And by the way, buddy, what are you? You're a regular level 3 boss, so, oh dear, level 3. Okay, but I do want to try out my new sword. So, right, heavy attack for you, a beautiful, and go! And then, oh, no, there's several, run, never fight multiple enemies at the same time. Multiple enemies, bad cocky cool, really bad cocky cool, such bad cocky cool. Please leave me alone, okay? I'm sorry, I didn't realise there were 3 of you. Had I realised that, we wouldn't have done that. By the looks of it, yes. The boat is currently occupied by zombies. Zombie crabs and one zombie guy. But yeah, they're not so bad, all things considered. So just get over to you, hit you with a big, heavy attack and knock you over. Just back away, back away, back away. Yeah, stamina management is important. So if you're out of stamina, no, okay. Parry these guys too. Oh, bloody... No, I'm out of stamina, but... Like I was saying, stamina management and fighting multiple enemies. Bad idea. But that's fine, because yes, we could just slowly but surely wear those guys down if I want to. Also, yes, dodos, I told you there were dodos. Because yeah, better and better. You guys are still wounded from last time, so just reload, take you out too, buddy. And yeah, now we can take out both of you guys. No, back away. Oh, you're, yeah, well, armed, actually. Right, just do some flipping, no tossing things at me, please. I'm currently doing healing with bandages. Just a little bit of first aid. Yeah, nice thing about zombies is they're slow. They do occasionally... Okay, you've sped up a little bit there, so no. None of that, please. None of that. Look, I've got a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it. In fact, that's very good at, yeah, breaking the... Hang on. Go, and wait for his timing to go, and go, and just a little bit more, and he's almost... There we go. Knock him down, though. Back away. Guns reloaded, not quite, but almost. Take you out, and yeah, then just going for a heavy attack. So, by sheer coincidence, that just worked. Because yes, it would appear that what happened there is I kind of ducked, and as a result, his projectile went over the top of me. So, okay, this is all marvellously good news, kind of by mistake. And yeah, by the looks of it, this boat's in pretty good shape. Okay, it just needs to be repaired. So, yeah, handful of resources we've got back in camp will be golden. So, okay, we know where this boat is now. Though, yeah, we're not quite ready to begin doing all that nonsense yet. And, by the way, a couple more guys around here. Take out you. Just one shot for you. And one more shot for you too. Right. That's you, Dad. A swollen. What's your deal? Do a heavy attack too? Uh-oh. No. Okay, you vomit. Got it. So, okay, you're also going to throw things at me. Charge forward. Heavy attack to knock your shields down, please. And that really almost worked. Okay, John, do not forget, you've got a boat. You can always use the boat to, like, you know, get around the island faster if you need to. Oh, and I tell you what, while I'm doing this, discovered, yeah, this is the island I've been on so far, but there are definitely smaller little sub-islands right over here as well. So, okay, we've made a useful discovery right there. And on top of that, yes, one thing I can't help but wonder about. Just in theory, can I, like, just basically, you know, stop my boat here, go into this mode, lock onto you, get up my gun, and then just, no, gun. Okay, in theory you could do aforementioned thing, but on this particular occasion it didn't work out very well because I was out of range and, you know, flintlock pistols, not known for their accuracy. Also, John, maybe, like, you know, do some nice pie or something before you actually take on monsters. Otherwise, bad things might happen. So, okay. Over to you. Just lock on. Get over to here. And no. Right. That's you nice and dead. The boat is now secure. Just out of interest, yeah. We can examine it. We need 100 wood, etc., etc. I'm pretty sure we can make all that back at base and nice and easy. But I'm not sure I can actually get up to it beyond that right now. So, okay. We'll be back for you later, my friend. The point is, you're now safe from, like, you know, zombies. And yeah, before we head home, bare minimum, let's sort out that glorious hunter business. And maybe get ourselves an exciting new gun. Though speaking of which, gosh darn it, that hat I found wasn't actually a hat. It was like a quest hat, so I can't just wear it. So okay, head northeast through the jungle. And here we go. More flipping ruins. Now my stamina come back before we step inside, because this time, well, there's some nice peppers. We can cook up some better food using that, potentially. But yeah, this time I don't have bullets anymore. It's entirely down to, you know, my skill with weapons. And... right, you're a level 2 boar. But you're mysteriously a level 2 boar that's got, like, you know, a star next to you. That concerns me, but just get behind you. Right, get over to here and go. And then wait for him to attack. Go, and then, no, missed it. No, fluffed it. Fluffed it, and then one more, then one attack, and now he's down, meaning you have a lot of health. Gotcha, and then I died. Okay, I've just come up with a better plan, which is, in theory, if I lay down a survival tent right here, and then set it as my revive point, and then get out a weapon, and then just, I don't know where you're going, but you are not going, no, down you go. Right, kill you, one down the front door, excellent, then there's a boar here. You're a bit on the tougher side, I'll admit, but if I can get one solid hit in, just wait and go, and then go. Okay, sometimes he does a double swing. You've got to be ready for that. So go, and then knock you down. There we go. That's how you do, though. You know what? I died. Absolutely. You think I can? No, I don't. You know why I don't care? Because I can respawn forever, and you can't, you stupid loser. I'm not sure this is the intended way to deal with this problem, but given there are approximately 10 million boars you have to deal with in the early game in this adventure, I don't feel bad in the slightest. The one downside of this, though, is, yes, obviously you get through food in a hurry, because you lose all your food every time you die, so... yes, you are very weak when you come back, that's true. We're also almost out of everything. Though I have picked up a brand new recipe of some description. On top of that, hang about. It's dark in general. It's especially dark inside this area. So turn up my on and help myself to any lovely abandoned belongings, including... okay. We've got different weapons. We've got some gunpowder. Everything is golden, though. Okay, stuffed seeds. We can't do farming yet anyway. Alright. We are slowly but surely discovering the secrets. Here we go. A broken musket and a diamond. Doing it here. Because, yeah, Marcel Boucher, that's the same guy whose hat I picked up. So, 3 ruins. Sleep in one, that'll be this one, because there's beds everywhere. Second is a storehouse. Third needs to be properly fortified. I feel like the third was the first I came to, because that had, like, you know, towers and whatnot. So, okay. The last one, to the east of here, that's the storehouse. So, okay. Though it is a bit dark at the minute, light off to save oil. let's go check out what's going on in, yeah, the third and a final ruin, which is barely around the corner, actually. So, right, new ruin means more boars, so just go into build mode, set a revival point, get out my sword of stabbing, and... Right, there's one of those savage boars. They were nasty. But he's only level 2, not level 3. It's not as bad as it could be. Yeah, I think this one... This is like the storeroom, from what the diary was saying. Speak of the devil, we might be able to just sneak in, maybe help ourselves to a few bits and pieces, before the boars even know what... Never mind, the boars definitely know what's going on. One charging boar, right there. So one heavy attack for you, buddy, and just take care of... Oh, there's so many. No, just keep blocking. Just block. Okay, kill one. As long as one goes down. One didn't go down, but now they're all grouped together, it's fine. You know what? Screw you, you stupid losers. I can do this all day. Literally any damage slowly moves me towards finishing you losers off. Right, a few deaths later, as you can tell from the multiple post-mortem mercagibbles, we've actually got ourselves, yes, one dead boar. Lovely. So, okay, you were the leader, who was like, you know, the serious one. Also, I think you almost were dead already. Excellent, take you out too. So, yeah, was I right that this here was the... John, just get yourself in the right position. I'm also hungry right now. I'm basically out of food. But there we go. The last page of the diary, and I think I just completed this mission. And yes, these guys tried to lure the pirates into a trap, but it turns out there were way too many bloody pirates. Ah, though tragically that does not just get me the gun via magic. Need to go and tell the head of the Buccaneers what happened to his people. And speak of the devil, just inside this place, I think you guys might have, barricaded some of your good stuff away, including a fast travel barrel. Well, that is bloody useful, because with a fast travel barrel, I can build a new fast travel point and thus start building a fast travel network. So, okay, what I'm gonna say is, yeah, get back down to the beach, though, yeah, maybe keep your distance from the beach in a way, because that's where the drowned zombies spawn at night and whatnot. So here we go, just pop you down right here, next to the ship we need to repair. Just check my journal, by the way. Do I know what I need to? Yes, I do know what I need. So, right, using this thingy, I can now fast travel straight back to my camp. And here we are, home sweet home. But yeah, before I start loading up on supplies or whatnot, given I'm now back at base, yeah, I did just burn through a lot of food. But I also picked up a lot of meat, and I have many dodo eggs, so I can immediately replace some of that food with, yes, giant piles of bacon and eggs. So you burn through food fast, you get food back fast. You die fast, you come back to life fast. It's a very fast-moving game. And yeah, in terms of fixing up the boat, if we're going back the way we came, we need a lot of material and rope. That's easy, that's just a plant fiber. We can get that out of anything. The woods, however, that's gonna be a bit more time-consuming to harvest. You can get some by just breaking down bits of shipwreck and whatnot on the beach, which is pretty good, but I think it's time for an upgrade. Because, yeah, back at base, I've got just enough copper and wood to make a new and improved axe. So, yeah, that should take down trees, yeah, like 50% faster. That'll do. So, okay, having gathered a ridiculous amount of plant material and wood with my new axe and whatnot, step 1, 100 wood. Check. Let's spend just in case. Step 2. 20 nails. That I'm pretty sure we've got as well, actually. Because, yeah, you break down shipwrecks, you'll just get nails there, so we've already got 27. Then it's just 20 bits of coarse fabric and 10 ropes. So over to the workbench here. Coarse fabric, and need 20 of you. Okay, make that. Then 10 ropes. Oh, yeah. nice and flippin' easy. So okay, I am well rested, I am well fed, I've got plenty more food. So in which case, just to go back to the fast travel point here, and we can teleport straight back to the bloody boat, which hopefully has not regrown zombies, right? No, the zombies have not regrown. So okay, head over here and flipping beautiful. There's a 50 XP. So okay, the boat's now fine. Doesn't look fine, but apparently it's fine. I shouldn't be allowed to be a captain. I feel like that's not fine. But yeah, we've got the boat. Now we just need the crew to get her back on the water. Because as you can clearly see, if we just push her out into the bay, she is ready to go at this point. So here we go. The pirates who left me shipwrecked at the start of the game, they also captured some other people. People who may be like and converted to a new crew. And by the looks of it, yeah, there might be something fun en route. I'm actually just looking at this, hang about. I'm looking at, yeah, a smaller island over in that direction. That's where I'm looking at right now. It feels to me like, actually, right, my destination isn't on this island at all. So, okay, we're going to be needing the boat just to summon you. Get back on the water. See what we can find on the way. Because, yeah, I think that shipwreck is dead ahead of us. It's been marked as a point of interest. So, there might be some good loot there. I'm guessing, yeah, this was another one of these spots I could have potentially gone and looked at in terms of repairing a ship for me to use, but this one's looking a lot more broken. Like, that would be a lot more work. So, okay. Just pull the boat in here. Get ready to go. And right, I'm seeing a few of you guys, but I'm in good shape right now. I've got my, like, you know, rested bonus from being in camp. So just getting over here. Go, 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 and then back away. And yeah, my stamina comes back ridiculously fast. So go, and that knocks you over. Kill you. You fall over. Yeah, single parry deals with these guys in terms of knocking them over. You see that? Right there, I'm starting to get into the rhythm here. Now, you, sir, are you one of the spitting laddies? You are, but you've got many crab friends as well. Would you like to maybe... Yeah, there we go. Just lure them away, one by one. Then just parry, knock them down, finish them off, job done. If I can take out, yeah, the ones on the outside before the main zombie notices, that's going to be the way to do it. You do not want to get crowded in this game. Crowded is bad. Like, really bad. So, come on, buddy. Just get over here. Little attack. There we go. So, right. 1, 2, 3, and then back away. And then you, sir, just knock you down. Back away. And now they're almost ready to go. So 1, 2, 3, and then back away. Lock on. And then just regular attacks will take care of you. So okay, that's the crowd taken care of. We're starting to get to grips with this here. Not to the circumstances, because you're like, you know, the big, main, nasty one. I'm going to shoot you with a gun now. There we go. So that's your flipping armor. Job, you don't have your weapon out because you've got your gun out. Well, that's bloody inconvenient. Right. So you are just tossing things at me. Knock him down, please, if we can. Back away. Heavy attack. Go. Okay, so that didn't really work out in terms of, you know, breaking his guard or whatnot. But it did work in terms of just killing him. Because, yeah, you don't actually need to, like, break through that armor or anything as far as you can tell. And, oh, silver ingots and a proper musket, you say? But yeah, my worn-out pistol does, like, 300 piercing damage. This does, like, double that. Oh. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, yeah. Though it is two-handed, that's the downside. And I cannot but notice, yeah, there's also on this tiny sub-island something. Just watch out for, yeah, wildlife. Wildlife can be nasty. Look. Like a ruin. Right, it's a cave. Though, John, You're hungry. Don't be hungry in this game. Hungry is how you end up dead. Alright, eat some food, that's better. And there we go. Found the entrance. So there's 3 things inside this cave. It might be as simple as, yeah, being a mine, though just for safety, get your light out here, though I forgot to recharge my lamp while I was back at base, by the looks of it, so... Okay, I can't really say, but I do definitely recognise, okay, gunpowder, bandages. I'm currently robbing smugglers, by the way. I'm just gonna get out a sword, in case they, like, you know, come back and find me doing this, because... Okay, Spanish silver coin, a very fancy. And on top of that, rustling behind the wall that won't... Uh-oh. Let's just break down these containers. Yep. Waste rock. So we can definitely cut through that. And... Right. I see the problem. Which is, there are zombies in this cave, absolutely. Just cut my way through to actually make it. And you know what? This is an excellent opportunity to... That was... No. No. Okay, sorry. Wrong button. Guys. How about we just take out... You know what? It's not bad, you know. Take out you.
You need to run.
Just keep on keeping on there. A little bit faster than I'd... Yeah, they're definitely a bit faster than I'd like, by the way. But that's fine, because they're kind of stuck in a straight line, so... We should have some explosives. Explosives would be good. So, oh, they're also tossing things at me. Okay, there's also... Oh, one of you's armoured and has a lot of health. So, no, 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 no. Back away, back... Okay, you know what? No, that's fine. 2 out of 3 treasures is a good number. 2 out of 3 is A-okay. Let's just do some bandages and say that's fine. And we don't need every single treasure. But yeah, by the looks of it, I'm pretty sure here... Yeah, that's island just over the water. That's where the pirates' camp is. So that's where we need to go if we want to, yeah, get some friends. So okay, we don't like, you know, come ashore soon invite them, so we'd like to scout them out a little bit. And just in case this all goes wrong, yeah, pop down one lovely safety thing right here. So that's my revival point. So right now I functionally can't die. To see the pirates. Right there. Question is, how tough are you guys? I'm gonna say, let's go for that. And level 2. There are several of them, which I don't... Okay, you know what? I don't like the fact that... No, okay. Back away. All we need to do is counter, and then take a few knocks at you, then back away, back away, back away. And counter some more. Just... This is fine. If I could take out one... Okay, one's dead. Go, 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 go. And now, yeah, do some bandages if we can. Get a bit of healing going on, and go! Okay, wait, and go! Lock on again. And go! And wait for you. I'm kind of wanting you to come in. Go! We can just finish off some of you. Back away. There we go. It's just a question of backing away. Go! And if we can knock you down. Right, you're dead. Back away. Lock on. And then parry. Because, yeah, the parry timings are pretty generous. You're out of shield, which means you're going to go down nice and easy. First time. Okay, it turns out I'm a genius at being a pirate. Right, that seems to be everybody. Help myself to... Sorry, did you just say fancy pirate hat? Oh, me and you game, we're gonna be friends. Okay, so, here's the deal. I'm willing to let you out, but the condition is you have to work for me. Now, in theory, that may look like a very similar situation. The difference is, 1, you won't be in a cage anymore, and 2, if you say no, I'm gonna walk away, and the people who would have fed you are now dead. So think very carefully about this. Tragically though, right, that was only one guy. there are many others that need to be collected before we get a really big boat. You know what? The game is telling me my inventory is full, and highly conveniently, we are right next to, yes, the fast travel point I already set up here. So I'd say, let's nip back home for a second, because we have got some good stuff all of a sudden. Especially my new bloody hell 10 out of 10. So yeah, the trick is, however, I need to have matching equipment to this hat for it to have any real effect. If I could get one more piece of matching equipment, attacks cost less stamina, and one-handed damage goes massively up. And meanwhile, this entire time I've been adventuring back at base, this being a survival game, obviously, I've had, you know, coal and copper ore in production. Meaning this sexy musket I like so much. Oh yeah, I think we'll just be doing a couple of upgrades for that, actually. Straight up to level 4. Then just take the last of the copper to create a handful of proper copper bullets. And all of a sudden, oh yeah, we're gonna be kicking some serious ass with this gun. Right, where's a bloody boar? I'm gonna be honest, this game leaves you with a lot of angry feelings towards boars. Right, you cock-it-do. So right, just line that up. And 2 shots, dead. You are going to be dead before you even make it to me. I could take out half of this entire group before they even start attacking. So, right, with that. No actual attacking me, please. No actual attacking me. And then, yeah, rest of the time, just go in and finish off you guys. You know what? I feel better now. Especially when aforementioned murder gets my hat up to the next level. And there we go. Having upgraded my hat once again, I think you get the point. This here is Windrose, and it's a bloody weird one. Like, in some ways, it's a very generic survival crafty game. If you've not been won over to the genre previously, I'm not sure this one's going to convince you anymore. Yet, other times,
not more than Rust,
it's
no.
just such a lovely, chill, gorgeous pirate adventure. In terms of game speed, sometimes it's very slow, very relaxed. Other times you just pop down a tent and then you're just tossing yourself at giant piles of enemies over and over. And both of those are perfectly valid and effective ways to play the game, so yeah, it really is a bit of a weird one. And somehow, despite all the weird contradictions and whatnot, it just kind of works. I've had a lovely time here, so yes, do not be surprised if at some point, when I'm in the right mood, this shows up as a live stream or whatnot, because I could very much be tempted to dig a bit deeper into this gorgeous pirate adventure. So, yes indeed, potentially some more to come in the near future, so hopefully you're looking forward to that. But in the meantime, I've been John, this has been many a true nerd, and this has been the fascinating Windrose. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Warp drive active.
Touch it. Okay, that's too much fire. I was trying to talk to these individuals, but I accidentally assassinated one of them instead. The real.
So today's video is it's something a little bit different. I've never really done a reaction video before. I want to preface this video, and this is I know, guys, I know I've already made a YouTube post. I said, look, I'm done with the Starfield war. I apologized. Dude, I can't help it, man. I'm serious. I want to preface that this creator, this guy, his name is Renfail. Excellent streamer and YouTuber. I love this guy. I'm gonna link this video I'm reacting to, as well as his channel and his Twitch and all that, in the description. Check him out. He's got some great takes and some great videos. But the reason I'm reacting to this one, I have to input my opinion, because this is in my area. Okay, Renfail, if you watch this video, I hope this video doesn't come across as attacking you. I don't mean to attack you, but I'm not holding back. Okay, I'm not attacking the person. I'm just I'm gonna tackle these opinions. Okay, so let's get into it. This is what the video is about. The video is about There's nothing to do in Starfield, and pretty much what Renfell is doing is talking about all the things that you can do in this game. So, yeah, let's get into it.
But what I wanted to do this morning is, rather than talk about all the things you can do, I'm also going to show you.
So we're going to do show and tell, and actually I've watched this whole video twice. We're going to be skipping around, but I'm not leaving out any context that would refute any argument I have. So
one of the things you're going to do in this game is you're going to be collecting lots of gear. You're also going to be collecting lots of resources, which you're going to use for crafting and crafting and modding.
So we're going to be so the first thing that comes to mind when you think about all the things you can do in Starfield is collecting gear, collecting resources, modifying equipment, and this is a common trend in this video and many other Starfield review videos, is that it feels like we're reaching. You know, it feels like we're hyping up aspects of this game that are pretty much in any game. Okay, it almost feels like satire.
You could customize all of the additional modifications that you want to add to things. What do I mean by that? Well, this is a base suit which has nothing on it, right? It's just a visual thing. We're going to stash it for later because I like the look of it. But then you're going to notice on this suit right here.
Notice that the suits almost look the exact same. You know, it's like...
So that was weird. I think somebody killed this boss or something in there. Some AI killed the boss in there. And I got credit and I can go back now, which is crazy. I have contraband. Why do I have contraband? Oh. Something must have happened, like the boss must have died somehow because I got credit.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Man, what? Like, look at this.
We're gonna stash it for later because I like the look of it.
That one and then that one. They look the same, man. And it's like we're really praising customization. We're praising making these numbers go up higher. That's the new premium when it comes to Starfield. You know what I mean? Like that's why I said earlier, like, it feels like we're hyping up aspects of this game that are that should be in the game. It's like at the bare minimum, this should just be in the game, and it should just be something that you just gloss over. Like on the totem pole of interesting things to do in a Bethesda game, I feel like this should be pretty low. I don't think that it should start with this, right? Like,
that's one of the many things that you can do in this game. One of the other things you can do in this game is that every object that you see here, like the Chronomark watch case, the succulent, many objects in this game, much like other Bethesda games, can be picked up and manipulated.
Again, on the totem pole. What are we talking about? Like, this video is things you can do in Starfield. You can do this in every single Bethesda game, just about. Yeah, why is this like a fun thing to do? Why is it that, like, you see how I'm stuttering? I'm like almost flabbergasted, dude. I don't use that word often. I'm gonna pull that one out of my back pocket, flabbergasted. We are really reaching, aren't we? We're really reaching for fun things to do in Starfield. Now watch this.
So I can do interior decorations. Many of the things I find in the game world we can use. So I'm going to show you an example, because along the way on my adventures, I found this really cool compass, which I wanted to use in one of my bases. Now I don't have any bases built yet, but I do have the compass. So I can take that compass, I can drop it on the ground, Now, later on, when I have an actual base, I'll want to, you know, place this fancily. But right now, I could pick this up, and I can go ahead and knock that over. But I could just drop that down.
Oh my god! What a perfect.
On top of the sheet that over, but I could just drop fancily. But right now,
let's just get an instant replay on that.
And I can go ahead and knock that over. But I could just drop that down.
My goodness, like that, like dude, we're talking about things to do in Starfield. I don't think like that, dude. I literally have in my notes. This feels like satire. This feels like satire. You can pick up items, very fun. I'm not trying to make fun of this guy, by the way. I'm really not. And I'm not trying to make fun of the way that he enjoys this game. And I'm not trying to shit or piss on anybody's parade. It's the fact that the title comes off the same way most fans do. Like, they see bare bones features like this, and it's magical. Okay? It's just magical.
I wish I could remember how to do it. It's been a long time since I've done this. There is a way to turn these objects for final placement.
So this tells me that he actually does not do this fun thing that you can do in Starfield that often. I mean, you're opening up the video, and the second thing that you have to show off is that you can place objects anywhere you want, you can decorate, but you haven't done it in so long, apparently, that, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, guys, there's this really cool thing you can do in this game where you can place objects anywhere you want, but I don't really remember how to do it. Like, come on, man. I don't know.
A couple of things you can do. Now, what else can we do in this game?
What else can we do?
I can go to the space port, and I can look at modding one of the ships that I got from a quest yesterday. Because guess.
So, okay, this is valid, right? I will say that shipbuilding in this game is very fun. It's arguably the best part about Starfield for me. And I had a great time doing it. Okay.
So, I can go to the spaceport, and I can modify ships. I can build outposts. I can set up supply chains at the outpost so that I can have a mining outpost somewhere in the galaxy mining me an infinite tier of iron. And if I wanted to go find such things, I could.
So, yeah, by the way, it doesn't matter if you build a mining operation or anything like that. It defeats the whole purpose when you can go to a few vendors and get all the materials that you need. For me, it's like the same thing as fast travel in this game. It's like, yeah, I can go through this boring process of trying to reduce the amount of loading screens I get when trying to go to a planet, or I can just fast travel to that planet instantly because that option's available to me. It's the same thing with mining, dude. I can go and spend 4 hours mining a shit ton of ore on a planet, or I could just go to a vendor and buy it because that option is like, man, people don't understand. I feel like part of making a good RPG game, it isn't just adding different ways a player can achieve a goal. It's also taking away certain things. Like, even if the vendors, like, if you took away almost all of their inventory for like buying materials, it would make the actual going and getting the materials much more fun. But no, that's just not possible.
Go into the new database, and I could go here and look for a resource and say, where do I want to build a mining outpost? And I would say, well, I need aluminum. Where can I find aluminum? Well, let's click on aluminum, and aluminum tells me that I can find aluminum on Kirby, Kurtz, Pontus, Vectera, and Aquila.
So the game pretty much takes away all of your ability to actually go out and explore and see what's on these different planets. You don't get, like, yeah, sure, you can go and do that, but then they insert this whole inorganics, organics, recipes. Like, they insert this.
Windrose, it's here and it's awesome. Hello again there, friends and fans. Raptor here, and welcome back to the channel for our first thoughts video on the game after releasing for about 72 hours. 500,000 and probably more people are playing this on Steam and other platforms, and it's pretty awesome to see, with mostly positive reviews. Many people asking me what my thoughts are on the game after I've already played about 250 hours of the game. What? It's only been out 72 hours. How is that possible? Well, Windrose used to be called Crosswinds, and we played it back in 2025 during a closed playtest, and it was very fun then, and it is very fun now. With a demo releasing since then and now the game being out, I wanted to share my thoughts and opinions opinions on the game so far, on some things that the developers could definitely work on, and some things that are just damn near perfect, and it's really awesome. Anyway, first thing I wanted to talk about is that big O ship in the background. There's a lot of great customization options in this game, not only for your ship, but of course your base. And the base building, with the developers sharing like 100+ hour base build that they did during, you know, kind of some of their, I guess, preparation work for the game. They made an amazing base that's super cool. If you go ahead and explore the world, there's a lot of things to discover, including options to be able to build, you know, multiple ships of the same class, and then also options to customize further. I've already unlocked a few things, like a couple of different flags and sails that you can discover by just playing the game, and you'll be led on quests to go discover these things. And there's also a lot of things also that are purchasable at the main city in the map called Tortuga, which the questing will bring you towards. Now, so far in this game, I've done a lot of the quests, and also many of them continue on and on and on and on. Some of them are like, you know, 1 or 2 different objectives, and then several of them are multiple objectives, so it brings you purposely from, you know, one area all the way to another. If we take a look at the map, by that I mean we're in the initial area known as the coastal jungle, and so all these little islands here are where I've either put a fast travel point, or some of them have like a faction that you can trade with and get objectives from, and go on different types of quests and get bonuses. And there's a lot of these little islands for you and your friends to be able to build on, and a lot of these have POIs, points of interest, that you could explore, dig up chests, go underground, fight enemies, and they all provide XP, which then helps to build your character, and that is a lot of fun. Now, I'm almost level 8, getting about halfway there, and still got a long way to go, but we can find tons of different equipment out in the field that then we can eventually build at our own workbenches and share with friends, and it's really fun to be able to do that. And of course, lots and lots of stuff to discover to trade later at Tortuga 2 for reputation with these factions, where then you can buy other things like more recipes for additional ships, additional weapons, and stuff like that. If we fast travel, by the way, to Tortuga, I just wanted to show off what was really great in this game is that the city that kind of was taken over in the story right there is, we're going to jump over to this bell to do it. These are bells that we can make ourselves to travel pretty much anywhere, and I just wanted to show off that, you know, this city is entirely possible to build on your own too. The developers built this city with assets that you could build yourself. You just have to unlock them and discover them. So all these things here are definitely something you're going to see players do in a while. All these support beams, the pier here, a lot of these decorations are available to the player. Probably not everything, but a lot of these parts, I mean, I would not be surprised to see a base like this, and a lot of these textures you can unlock and are really awesome to see. So it's a very good looking game that gives a lot of control to the player to be able to build their own stuff. Everything from maybe just a little outpost to a massive city, and or anything fantasy like you could think of. Somebody could build, I don't know, a Żabka or a Wendy's or a McDonald's, like whatever. Players can goof and do whatever they feel like, and that's really cool. And there are a lot of ships in this game too that are always constantly at port or sailing around. So there's a lot of life in this world, despite it being kind of like, you know, the discovery of a new location, but yet some areas are being settled and colonized, so it feels right. And there's a little mysticism and fantasy to the game that I like. It kind of is something like Pirates of the Caribbean, where of course there's muskets and rapiers and sabers and things like that, and cannons, but then there's also the ability to like use you know, like I guess like magic. Some of the characters use, like the bosses, and that's kind of the whole thing. The premise of the game is that, you know, we're kind of undead, and we were given a medallion or something, and Blackbeard has been corrupted by the devil himself and has now taken over the Caribbean, which is why Tortuga here is kind of cut off by the, let's just say, the undead, which is something that they make mention.
I can't get the Trackers Alliance to start. What else can I do?
My time is yours, should you need it. I don't mind these breaks in the sign. Not quite. Some of us decide. Does that worry you at all? Of course. Leave no quarter.
Hey, what's good? Heard you might be joining up. Hey, catch you on the flip.
Why won't you talk to me? You're glitched. You're so annoying. Yeah, but this locked up my fucking... This locked me up where I can't... Oh. No, this might bork my save, though, if I uninstall. Yeah, I have the complete bounty series, and it's preventing me from doing the Starjacker mission because I can't talk to number 1 or Roach. What do I do? I'm not going to uninstall. That's going to bork my save. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. I can go, okay.
A nod to the stars that align our paths. The hunt continues until you return.
Pretty sure, Agent, no.
Nope. Oh, okay. Some kind of thing about, lore.
You know the drill, Vasco. Well, hey, I'd kill for some chunks right now. First stop when I get home. But I really need to get better about packing snacks for these long hauls. Crimson Fleet.
It's loose. The Terramore dead. We're all dead.
Attention Eclectic Priority Communicate. All Eclectic personnel. Our recent meetings with representatives of both the Freestar Collective and United Colonies have confirmed what we assumed. Any facilities abandoned during the colony war are considered fair game. Unowned and
I'm not doing all this.
spoils of war. That means they don't belong to us. So if you locate one of these bases, labs, or outposts, you have full authority to appropriate any equipment on behalf of Ecliptic and evict any squatters. Commander Breakout,
Watch more than you speak. You'll learn faster.
Hey, Agent number 1?
Yes, Tank?
When am I gonna get another assignment? I'm itching to get back out there and track down some bounties.
Because like I told you, now that you are a full-fledged tracker, you will not get assignments, nor will you be assigned a partner. You must do these things on your own.
Oh, maybe the board will give it to me?
Check the warning display. If you need a partner, you must ask them.
Yeah, but they won't let me go downstairs to the board.
Ah, right. Sorry about that. I'm still getting used to everything. Thanks for the clarification. I'll see if there's anything I feel qualified to do.
Oh, my arm hurts because I'm sliding down. I need to like get back up again. Damn it, damn camera. Move it, kitty. There, better. Sorry. Oh. Oh. I've been playing this game too much today. I think I'm going to stop because it's hurting my arm. Get off my keyboard. Get off my keyboard. What are you doing, kitty? Yep. Okay, so I want you to jump. Why am I singing around?
Active.
Oh, sorry, kitty.
I actually met a guy who finished the Red Mile.
I can't sprint there. It's so annoying.
I don't mind these breaks in the silence.
No, you're like confusing me. There's no board or anything like this. I've just frozen my quest by buying a stupid add-on from Bethesda.